Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. If you're watching this not live, because it's live right now, be sure to check the description so you can skip ahead to the main content. In the meantime, we're going to hang out in the waiting room, so I'll see you soon. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to a very cold Maintenance Monday. I know it's snowing and freezing in a lot of parts of the world, but today we're going to be doing some refactoring and consolidating of some old codes. This started about 2 weeks ago. We learned about NX. We set up a mono repo. And so today we're going to keep working in that code base. So I haven't pushed this to GitHub yet, mainly because I wasn't doing small commits. I should have, but now I want to finish the feature I'm working on before I actually push it up. But this is a mono repo built with NX, and right now we have two packages. One package called emote parser, another package called types. And emote parser is what we're working on. So emote parsing is taking emotes that are not standard Twitch emotes like this. This is Cat Jam, and it comes from Better Twitch TV. And in order to display this in my overlay, I have code that needs to figure out, oh yes, that is an emote code. Oh yes, it should be replaced from Better Twitch TV. Eventually, this emote parsing library, yes, and eventually that will go to be published to NPM for other people to use. For now, it's just going to be in my codes because eventually I'm going to add other packages too. So this overlay here will be added as a package. I have my alerts overlay, my backend API, all of those will be packages within my mono repo that can then depend on the emote parsing library. Yeah, and then Popcat comes from 7TV. So, for example, if you were looking at Twitch chat without the 7TV extension enabled, you would not see this emote. Actually, let me see if I can show you in a private tab. Everyone send 7TV, Better Twitch TV, Franker Faces emotes in the Twitch chat right now. Technically, you can't do this from YouTube chat just yet. Eventually, I want to add it from YouTube chat. Yeah, so it doesn't work from YouTube chat, but we'll get that working eventually. Yeah, so you'll notice that here in the chat, we see like modcheck, Debian spin. There are various other emotes coming from 7TV and Better Twitch TV. Like these, you could use all of these or all of these, and they have specific names. And you'll notice my overlay displays them. But if you're in a chat window that doesn't have the extension installed, you're just going to see this. So basically what my code is doing is it's first getting API responses from 7TV, Better Twitch TV, and Franker Faces to see what emotes are supported for my channel, and then it finds those in messages and replaces them with their corresponding images. So that's what emote parsing is. And that's why we need it in the overlay. We need it in the alerts, because sometimes people send like a resub message that has emotes in it, that kind of thing. Yeah, emotes take some getting used to for sure. And especially like if you don't have the extension installed, you won't see them. So I will recommend right now you should get the Franker Faces extension. So Franker Faces is a cool extension because it supports all of the other services. So once you have this extension installed, you can go to add-ons, enable 7TV, enable Better Twitch TV, and now you have emotes from all three services. Yeah. Is there a way for viewers to get the code to code along? Not really today, because I don't have this code publicly anywhere. A while back, we did like a live share, like a read-only live share, but I don't know if I want to do that. But typically, the code that I write is available on GitHub afterwards, and actually, that's going to be one of my goals for today. Let me make a quick to-do list of what we want to do today, and one of them will be to get this code onto GitHub afterwards. Yeah, so this is the stuff we did last time. We set up NX, we have an emote parsing lib. The Xcode live share is limited to 30 members. It would be interesting to look into our options, because I know there are like online service, like in-browser editing services that do something like this. Yeah. Yeah, it's totally valid to have multiple extensions, but I like going the route of just a single extension with add-ons. I feel like it's better on resources. I don't know. Okay. One thing is write tests. So we started writing tests last time, but it got away from me and we started just working on code without actually writing tests. And so we're going to write some tests today, and I'm going to do my best to use GitHub Copilot. So I actually have not used GitHub Copilot for generating test cases. Ew. Here's the thing. GitHub Copilot should just do it for us. Yeah, I mean, yay. So GitHub Copilot, we're going to try it out. We're going to see what kind of test cases it can generate for us, and that should make writing tests less mundane. So basically, we generate the test with Copilot, and then we write the code to make the test pass. Or we have Copilot write the code. But honestly, all of my experience with Copilot, I probably need to use it more. But right now, all of my experience with Copilot is I spend more time trying to validate the code that it output than actually getting stuff done. And so it's like, there are certain scenarios where Copilot it makes everything faster and like I type less. But then when it comes down to actually like writing code and solving specific things, I spend so much time either just, oh yeah, that seems like it'll work, and then it doesn't work, and then I have to debug it. Or because I have that experience, now I spend all the time looking at the output to make sure that it actually will do what I want it to do. So I've heard that test generation is a good thing. Yeah, I'll say finish up enough to commit. We need to commit. We need to do that. And we also will need to, in terms of writing tests, we'll need to mock API responses. So our code is dependent on the 7TV API, the Better Twitch TV API, the Franker Faces API. Essentially, our code has to make a request out to those services. I'll show you, for example, like this. We have to call the Better Twitch TV API to get a list of all of their emotes, and then get a list of all the emotes for my channel. And right now, when the tests run, they're actually making the API responses. So it'll be better if we have some mocked data that comes back, so that way we can use that mock data in our test and not actually call the API. But then on top of that, I do want an integration test to verify API response, because one of the things we ran into a while back is 7TV completely changed their API endpoint, and then all of my overlays broke, and the only way I knew that they broke is that I was just getting errors in the console. But it would be nice to have an integration test that could show me an error on GitHub. It's like, hey, these API responses aren't the same anymore, or the API is down, or something like that. Yeah. When I usually make small commits, how small are they? I typically, if I'm using feature branch workflow, I want a commit to have all of the features on it. Like, a commit should not have half of a feature. It should have a full feature on it. That's different than committing on a feature branch, because on a feature branch, you can just commit like your work in progress. And so if let's say I'm working a job or something like that, I'm just going to commit at the end of the day, like work in progress. But that's not the commit that I want merged into main, if that makes sense. Also, we probably want to set up conventional commits. So this is something, conventional commits. This is something that I've talked about a lot, but I've never used in my own projects. And I want to set this up because emote parser will be a public library that other people can use and install from NPM. And I want to be able to generate change logs automatically. And we can do that if we're using conventional commits. So if you check out conventionalcommits.org, they talk about this. If you have ever looked at the source code for Vue.js, they do this, and I'll show this as an example. If you look at the commits on the actual on the actual Vue source code, you'll notice every commit follows this pattern: chore : thing, release : thing, fix, feature name, thing. What else? Chore, fix, release, test, fix, test. So they all follow this format, and that means that change logs can be auto-generated. So you'll notice there is, so let's say there's a release 2.7.15, and then there's a bunch of commits. And then we have another release, 2.7.16 beta. Or actually, well, it'll probably go to here, this release. So now all of the commits in between the two releases, because they're following this formatting, you can generate a nice change log that says, these are the things that were fixed. This is the commit they were fixed in. These were the features that were added. These are the commits where they were added. So basically, if we follow this formatting, we can have nice change logs, and it'll be good. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, if we look at the Svelte GitHub, we can see if they're following the same thing. A lot of open source projects are. It just makes it easier to maintain, especially with a lot of contributors. Yeah, fix, chore, etc. So we'll want to set this up. And there are some nice tools we can use within our Git repo that like will lint our commit messages and not allow us to commit if we don't use that formatting or something like that. What else do I want to do? I think that's mainly it. I think we want to make sure we have good tests. I right now have a to-do. Start here in the test file. Make sure we're testing stuff. We'll have our integration tests. I think we left off. Yeah, we have some type errors that we'll need to fix. And then also create a readme/docs on how to use. Cool. That's what we want to do today. That's the plan. We'll say hello, welcome everybody in, and then we'll start using Copilot to generate some tests. And hi everyone, welcome in, good to see you. Do you use any commit or branch naming conventions at your last job? No, we didn't use any conventions. I use emojis in my commit messages, but it's not exactly a convention. I mean, you technically could generate change logs using emojis in your commit messages. Yeah, like TODO is for initial commit, Sparkles is for new features, Rocket is for like DevOps or deploying, Lipstick is if I'm like working on styles. Bookmark is for like tagged versions. I use these various things. Well, actually, we did use branch naming conventions because we would name the branch the name of the ticket. We used Jira for managing stories and stuff like that, and the ticket number we would use in the branch name, so you knew what ticket someone was working on. So we did at least do that. What's up, Speedstrat? Welcome in. Yeah. All right, let's say hi. It's going to be a quick hello, and then we'll start writing some code. If you would like me to say hello to you, you can say any one of these things. Make sure your message matches this regular expression, and I will acknowledge you. I will say hello. So here we go. We're going to go back in time. I saw Mark Boots while I was getting set up for stream. They're the first one to say hello. What's up, Mark? Welcome in. And hello to America 2050. Good to see you. What's up, Eddie? And Enrique, good to see you. What's up, SMC Mai and Veeb and Matt? Hello. What's up, Salahuddin? Hello. And Arion and Demerka and the Josh. Welcome back. Glad to see you again. What's up, Ched and Andrew and Utkarsh? Hello, hello. This is live. This is live. What's up, Oscar? And Art Libitum, hello. And Murdoch, what's up, Limotes? And Sam and Heck and Opti and Amitabh, hello. What's up, One Computer Guy? And Matruska and Albert and Mataclet and Zarky from Georgia. Very good. What's up, X Palma and Ashley B? It's been a while, Ashley. I feel like maybe you have been here, but welcome in. Good to see you. What's up, Harsh? And Wizman and Kanyan and EXE Quill. Good to see you. What's up, Q21? One line to me, Speed Strat, Danger Mouse, now a Carturn, Frag Zero, Mila, Ezra, good to see you. What's up? Anik Patil, just 7 stars, and Eris, and Pedro, hello, Danny, and Nookie Poo. What's up, Simak, and David, and Jerbin, and Zero Turner, and Karza, and Dudeman, and Alars. Good to see you. I've been saying this the past few streams, but a lot of new names, a lot of old names. Welcome, everyone. It's good to have you. Good to have you. Yeah. Universal cheat sheet for emojis in Git. It's called gitmoji.dev. This is the site that I just had open. We also use feature branches with Jira issue code. Yeah, so feature slash branch ticket number. Yeah, it's a pretty common convention. And decallers, thank you for the prime. What's up, wee David? Good to see you. And Valentine, hello. Very good. A lot of names, a lot of old names, a lot of names. He was good. I agree. What's up, wait, so good to see you too. All right, let's get into it. Quick rundown of the code base. Like I said, we are using Inex, and if you want more info on that, check the YouTube channel, a live stream from last Maintenance Monday. We set all of this up. We talked about what monorepos are. We talked about what Inex is. And essentially, a monorepo is one repo that has multiple packages or apps or libraries inside of it. So this is our monorepo root. And then inside of packages, we have two different projects. We have emote parser, which we'll be working on today, and then types, which has shared types that right now we're using inside of emote parser, but eventually we'll use those same types in any of the other packages and such that we add. So I just thought of another thing I want to update is update types package to use source directory. I was rushing to get something to work last time, and I was like, oh, we're just going to delete the source directory. But I thought of a way to where we don't have to do that. We'll still have the source directory. We'll just need to update what our exports are, especially since we figured out how to do namespaces in our exports. So yeah, we're going to add the source directory back. And honestly, let's start there because we'll do that, and then we won't necessarily have to touch the types directory anymore. Am I going to convert it to microservices? Probably not. I mean, my API backend that is pulling in Twitch chats and YouTube chats, it doesn't necessarily need to be microservices. It's just a single running Node.js app that handles all of that. It also handles like notifications for new patrons, notifications for what do you call it? GitHub members and stuff like that. And it's a long running process. It's not even using serverless. It's a single running app that kind of like handles all of that stuff. It runs 24/7. So maybe it makes sense to pull some of those things out as microservices, but right now I can't really think of why I would do that. But here we go. Let me open up types, and we'll try to fix what we're doing. I just have an EC2 instance. Actually, it's a light sail instance on AWS. So that's how I've got it going. I know you went over it, but can't you just do export star as FFZ instead of using a namespace? Maybe, like, the thing is my linter was yelling at me when I used a namespace. I mean, I like the way the namespace looks. But I think you're completely right, honestly, now that I think about it. Because if I do export star as FFZ, it seems to like that, but now it's going to be FFZ.FFZ.FFZ. But yeah. Yeah, so I used to use Visual Studio proper, like years ago, like more than 10 years ago, and they have their Explorer window on the right. But here's why: a lot of people have been converting as well. You'll see a lot of devs on YouTube and stuff that have done this. But you'll notice the code doesn't jump when I open and close the menu, the sidebar here. But if your sidebar is on the left, then all of your code is going to jump to the right. And so that's one of the main reasons I like it, is it doesn't shift your code. Yeah, I like that's really just the main reason. All right, we want a source directory, and then we're gonna throw everything in here, and then everything else will break once we do this. And then we need to move the index here, and here we'll say export star from source like this. And then we'll have to update our TS config. So right now, it's including everything TS. I think that should have been fine. Yeah, I will say, yeah, Opti says that's all, that's all I need to get to be convinced. I will say it takes some getting used to, but once you get used to it, I really do prefer it. I think, like, especially for me, because I'm a code presenter, this makes sense because if I'm presenting code, if the code is constantly jumping, that can be hard for people to follow. So that's why I like it. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're completely right. Okay, so we need to set up. Oh yeah, this is wrong. This should be emotes like this. And then we need to change our package entry point. So if we look in our package.json, it's saying the main is source index.js and the typings are source. That should be right now. That should be right. But then the other thing to set up is in our NX configuration. Source root is packages types source. I thought we changed this. Okay, here we go. Main is packages types source / index.ts. Cool. Yeah. Removed the activity bar. Is the activity bar the thing at the bottom? Honestly, I mean, we keep getting distracted, but actually, it would be. I think I want like Zen mode. If I turn on Zen mode, now that goes full screen. But like, I like the idea of hiding the icons in the bottom bar. And then like when this is open, I don't know, maybe we'll do that later. I think this is the main thing I needed to update is the location of the entry point, because before it was at the root. And then now let's try removing the namespace. So if we get rid of everything, pull it out of the namespace. Same thing over for FFZ. And this should be fine because now over here, I'll say export star as FFZ and export star as BTTV, like that. And so now they're namespace, but via export. And I'll remove the ESLint rule that said don't use namespaces, because apparently that's a new thing. In the top right, you can toggle what's on or off. What does this do? Customize layout? I have never opened this in my life. Wow. Status bar. Wow. Okay, and then if I press Control B or Command B, that does open up the Explorer. How do I bring up the activity bar? Is there a keyboard shortcut to show the activity bar? Focus activity bar. Okay. Cool. Seems fine. Look at this. We got Zen mode now, sort of. All right. I think this is good. So now we have a source directory with all our stuffs in it, which is better. We can get rid of this. And now this exports those two from there. Cool. Ideally, that's all we will need. I think I am going to search the entire project for this to make sure everything's in the right spot. So this, I think, needs to be updated. Yeah, so this is in the... What project is this for? Yeah, this is the root. And so we need to tell this that this is in the source directory like that. Okay. And then this is all NX cache. Don't have to worry about that. And then type source index. Type. Yeah, I think this is good. Okay, so now that we've updated all of this, let's build it. There should be a build command. Yeah, so let's build types. Make sure it doesn't yell at us. Okay, so it can build it just fine with those updated settings. Now, let's see if our code still runs for the emote parser. So if I do npx inx test the emote parser, these tests fail, but we don't get any type errors, which is good. And so if we go back over to the emote parsing code, really, greenhouse slash types. Oh, and then wait, should we change the name of that? Now I don't know keyboard shortcuts to to show. I might have to leave the activity bar on. Because yeah, okay. What is this package called? So it's called greenhouse types, and the main source. Oh, I can make Zen mode not full screen. Oh, cool. Oh, you're telling me the shortcut? What did you say, Eddie? Control Q. Or Command Q. Oh, Command Q is quit. You just made me quit VS Code. I should have known that. I don't know why I pressed Command Q. Command Shift E. Yeah. Whew, okay. Is Radio Garden my project? I haven't heard of that. Didn't expect me to fall for that trick? Man, oh man. Wait, did you do that? Was that a legitimate troll, Eddie? That's funny. Okay. Absolutely not. Okay. Radio.garden. No, I don't know any of the top level garden domains except for Coding Garden. Source root, package types source. Let me just redo an npm install because maybe that will update the paths to everything. And then we'll need to get this working. Okay. Very good. This is what I didn't want. I didn't want to have to go in there. So I think honestly what I'll do is index gets moved to the root, but everything else stays within source. Like this. So index stays in the root so we can import directly from it, but everything else that we add will get put into the source directory. Which does mean we need to change this entry point. Yeah, that got changed. Cool. I guess technically I could do export star from index in this one. That's fine. But that now makes it so that I can import like this. Yeah, and that's what I want. I want a nice little import, and then all of these types should still work. So ffz dot name. Wait, what? Now that's broken. Do I now have to do... Okay. It just didn't like my typings, but yeah, we still have access to all of it there. You should be able to import like this and keep the inside the source directory. I'm not going to worry about it too much. I think ultimately I would just need 2 index.ts files. Why does bttv have a squiggly under it? Because it's an unknown spelling. I have cspell installed. We can add it to the dictionary. And then emote types isn't used anymore. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I could change it to a type import. But they're working. They're working. They're working now. I think we can move on. We can check that off the list. I think the only questionable thing is, well, should we actually have another index.ts right here that we then export everything from there? But I'm not worried. This is fine to me. So types are updated. Let's start writing some tests. Now, if we look at the emote parser, we initially had some tests that are like, okay, you can create an instance of the emote parser. I'm going to do a TS expect error right here because we're specifically doing that. We make sure we can create an instance of emote parser, and then we make sure that we can parse a specific emote and get back this format. Right now, this test is failing though because we're testing for the wrong format. Let me get this test working, and then we'll write some more tests for the individual functions within it. So right now, this is what we're getting back. And so we need to validate that over here. Cool. Test pass. All right. Now that that's there, let's actually get the mocked API responses, because right now, every time we run the test, it's hitting the API, and I don't want that. So let's get these mocked API responses set up. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a test directory. And then in there, we're going to create a fixtures directory. So fixtures is a common name used for like data that you use inside of your tests. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right, Veeb. I completely forgot about that. It should be coming in from like, it should have like an emotes namespace. Yeah. I'm getting distracted though, but you're completely right. I kind of want this to be, but then it wouldn't be a folder path. It could be a namespace. Let's think about this. I mean, can I put an export inside of a namespace? I don't know if I can. First of all, we could ignore this. And then we can export it. And then this complains. Export declarations are not permitted in a namespace. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about it, but you're completely right. We kind of destroyed what I was going for, which was when someone uses the library, they should be able to import from types / emotes. I guess that's the other. Yeah, I think if we want to do that, I think you're completely right. We could add a path. Would it be a reference? I think it would be here like an alias. There's a way of saying if somebody imports from greenhouse types emotes, they should map that to the source directory. Yeah. The issue with exporting, we shouldn't spend more time on this, but the issue with exporting from emotes is now it's within the source directory, and I don't want users of the library to be importing from the source directory. Um, let's set up a path alias, and then that will be that. So, TypeScript. What's up, Finder? Welcome in. Alias. I just want TypeScript docs to tell me. Type aliases. That's not quite what I want. I guess it's an import alias or an import path. Import alias. Compiler options paths. And here we can say greenhouse types. Oh, what if we did this? Is that the right? Base URL. Oh, and then the key is an array? Or the value is an array? Oh, and then if I put this back in here, and then actually, so this should, okay, wait. Here, I got an idea. This goes in here, and then we create an index.ts in the source. That's going to do all of the exports. So we could say export star from emotes like this. So the root exports it, and then here, like that. Okay. I think that's better. Let's make sure all of the other stuff didn't get auto updated. Main is types source index.ts. And then like that. But by setting up this alias, now when someone imports from here, they're getting the source directory, which is this, which means they can then import from the emotes directory. Okay. Compiler options.base URL? I want to find this in the docs. tsconfig. Compiler options. Adding module resolution flags. Am I missing something? Why is this so hard to find? Base URL. I appreciate you all helping. Send me a link. Like I'm not gonna copy paste code from chat. We're gonna read it from the docs. Module resolutions. Set a base directory from which to resolve bare specifier module names. For example, in this project structure, with base URL / TypeScript will start looking for the files in the same folder as the tsconfig. I see. So if I do set this to source, we're good. And then do I still need paths if we have the base URL set up? Let's see. Yeah, I think I still need paths now. And then that might have to point to I want this to work. I want this to work. So does this just point to the root directory now that base URL is set? I need what? Good call. Right here is star? Oh, anything here should look in the source directory. Okay. Cool. Yeah, okay. Good. This is what we want. Like this. Types / anything should point to source / anything. Okay. And then at this point, do we not need source? Yes, that's what I'm thinking, Nikki Poo, is like now that we set that as base URL, we don't need it. Okay. Let's see what we get over here. All right. It's still asking for the source directory. I'm curious if I need these options. So tsconfig.lib is dependent on this one. So that should be fine. Let's run the build really quick. Okay, so that built it. Yeah, I reloaded the window. Will this work with just base URL? You know what? I think we would have to do this in the client library, which I absolutely don't want to do. Like in our other project, in the project that consumes types, we could put this in there and then point it to type / src. But I don't want to do that. Yeah. TS files with only types have nothing to build. Okay, that's fine. Just thanks, Eddie. Look for a workbench action quick open view. Oh, and then I can change the shortcut. All right. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. Yeah, I can't spend time on this. Like I've literally been live for an hour. We haven't written a single line of code. So um, we're gonna go back to this, which works just fine, and we're gonna go from here. Because right now I am exporting it from the root. The issue is once we have more and more exports and types, this is gonna get really crowded, and so that's why I want to be able to pull in from emotes, but it's fine. It's fine. So no more chats about how to fix that because we're going to work on other things. So we have this test is passing. I think at this. Oh yeah, I forgot. Before I got sidetracked, we're working on fixtures. So what I want is all of the API data I'm going to have in here as like JSON files. So fixtures. Call this like API data. And then, for example, I'm going to have a file called like ffz.json, and that's going to have an example JSON response. So I'll call this ffz global, like that. And then we need to grab the JSON data. So this one. So here is our mock data for ffz. We also will want ffz channel. And that will look like this. And then should be able to request. Thunder client seems fine. It's nice and integrated. Okay, so this is the channel response. Good to go. We're going to want a BTTV global response. And that comes from here. And we'll put that in there. Good. And then, actually, I don't like all these request tabs. I would prefer it. I guess maybe that makes sense to have a tab. I was thinking it's just like an add-on. Regardless, I've only used Thunder Client. When did we install it? Just like a week or two ago, but it's fine. All right, new request. We go here, and this is info/ID, and my ID is this. That's great. No, the code hasn't been pushed up yet. So yeah, we're gonna be on an ad break. I'm gonna keep putting data into this fixtures folder because that's nothing important. But when you come back in 3 minutes, we're gonna write the code that mocks the API responses to give back this JSON data. So now we need a BTTV channel JSON. Like that. Oh. In here. And then lastly, we'll need Franker faces. Right? We don't have FFZ, right? Or do we? No, we do. We need 7TV. This is the global response. And then we need the channel response here. Yeah, I see what you're saying, American 2050. The issue is this project, this is about the only API requests we're making. For a project that maybe like you're working with a backend API or something like that, the one that you're suggesting I think would make sense because I know what you're saying. It essentially makes it so that all of your HTTP requests are in a file that describe the HTTP requests, and then they're nice and reusable. But I don't think this project needs that because these are literally the only endpoints that we're hitting. Okay, we've got this. We still have a minute left on the ads. So I'm going to figure out how to mock. And actually, we could look up mocking with vtest, but I think we actually just want an Axios HTTP interceptor that is only enabled when running test. Yeah, we'll do a focus mode when people come back from the ads. But Axios HTTP interceptor for tests. We could also look at vtest mock HTTP responses. Mocking. Functions, requests. All right, ads are back. Welcome back, everyone. So we have all of our data in these nice JSON files. And so now what we want to do is we want to make it so that when the tests are running, these calls to the API don't actually go over the network. Instead, they will just automatically respond with the data we have in the fixtures folder. So that's what we're going to figure out next. We potentially have two ways of going about it. We could do Axios, which is what we're using to make the request. It has HTTP interceptors. And so we could make it so that when tests are running, add an interceptor that automatically just responds with the JSON rather than making the network call. But what I'm looking at right now is vtest also has a way of mocking responses. And I think we might be able to use this so that way I don't have to install. I mean, so the route is use this, or if we look up Axios, I think I already searched for Axios HTTP intercept. Yeah, interceptors, are they built in? Yeah, they are. I don't have to install anything extra if I do this. We would need to make sure we have like a test setup file because that's where this would run. I thought we were using vtest. What's the difference between mocking and stubbing? Mocking doesn't necessarily. I probably don't have the best answer for this, but as far as I know about it, mocking can mock any function call or any import. Basically, anything that happens in our code, we can write some code that mocks what actually happens when the tests are run. That's a mock. A stub, I think, can be used within a mock, like you're stubbing some data. I think right now our fixtures here, I think, could be called stubs. I may have that wrong though. Yeah, if they change the data or endpoint, your test pass, but with no data. I'll show you. The way we'll set these up is that they will only respond with that data if these exact URLs are used. Stubs are interactions on a mock that you can define. Cool. Yeah, let's go into focus mode. So by the end of this focus mode, I want to have these HTTP requests responses mocked. Okay. I think I kind of want to use the Axios interceptors because they are just built in. Add a response interceptor. No, add a request interceptor. Do something before the request is sent. Add interceptors to a custom instance of Axios. Let's see if, so why I'm questioning this right now is this allows us to like add headers to the request and different stuff like that. What I want to do is I just want to immediately respond with my mocked JSON data. Axios interceptor respond mock data. Let's see if somebody's done this before. Mock Axios, mock implementation, inject a function named get. I don't quite want to do that. See if somebody's done it with vtest. Mock Axios. We have like a mocked get. It feels like too much work compared to the vtest way. The vtest way, we would have to install these two packages, but then it's easy enough to say, when you see this URL, respond with this data. So I'm going to go the vtest route because it feels like there's like less weird mock stuff going on. Literally, all we have to do is this, and then when the tests are running, they're automatically going to respond based on the URL. So we will need a setup file for our test. So I'm going to have a setup tests.ts file. You're right. They are just dev dependencies. Okay, so does Vite? Yeah, Vite has a test section, and then there should be a property called setup files. Yep, and then we'll specify source test setup test.ts. Okay, this is running. Let's see if this works. This is running. I saw it. Okay, so our setup file is running. Good. Now we'll install these two things as dev dependencies. So we want MSW node and MSW. Maybe we just need NSW then? Let's see. Yeah, so it's just MSW and then it has a node in it. So we'll install that as a dev dependency. Yeah. Okay. Let's do this. And then we do all of this. We don't care about GraphQL. We just want HTTP. We then add our REST handlers. We'll need to add all of these. Okay. So before the tests start up this little server that's going to be mocking things, and then we can mock them here. Here's what I want to do, though. I want to reduce duplication. Over here on the emote parser, we have all of the URLs. I want a function that will give me back all of those URLs. A function that gives me back the URLs based on the channel name and ID, so that I don't have duplicate strings everywhere, and I can just reference it from there. So we might have something like API in our lib here, and then we have like a function that says get API URLs, and then that takes in our channel info object. So I'm going to extract this into another file. So we're going to have types over here. For now, it'll just be one file. That's fine for now. And then we export both of these. Okay, so now our channel info object is defined over here. We should now import it in here. Like that. So this code is good. But now over here, we'll import this type. And we'll say channel info is of this type. Channel info. And then we're going to return an object that has some stuffs on it. So what we want is like BTTV, and then we have an object that says like global, and then that will be a URL, and then we'll have channel, and that will be a URL. And then we'll do the same thing for Franker faces and 7TV. So FFZ, and then 7TV. Now, I don't want to have to use quotes to access this. So I'm going to call it TV7, I think. Here's what we'll do. Put it in this, and then you can access it both ways. So you could access it like that, but we'll also give you the opportunity to do 7TV and map it to that. Cool. Now I'm just going to pull all of the URLs in here from here. 7_TV, like you could spell out 7. I like it to be nice and short, though, is the thing. Okay, what was this? This was Better Twitch TV. So global is this, and then channel is this. Do all three? I guess I'll do all three. Why not? STV? I think that's a better one. I like that better. We'll call this STV. Cool. Very good. But now we've got the URLs there, and eventually we'll update this codes to use that config object. And then we can do the same thing here for Franker faces. But if you're curious why I'm even doing this, is once we have this in one spot, now even our mocks can do this. So even like our mocked HTTP responses, I'm actually going to use these URLs and then point them to their corresponding JSON files. And then lastly, we need 7TV, this. So we've got global, we've got channel, Yeah, use Roman numerals. Yeah, that's the way to go. Yeah, I just don't use that keyboard shortcut enough. But yeah, you can rename things in VS Code like this. You just press F2. The other issue is I'm on a small keyboard, and so pressing function requires multiple keys, so I don't really do that. VII TV, and then that'll update all references, which is nice. Okay, now we have all this info here. We need to use it eventually in the other file, but for now I'm just going to get it from my mock data. I'm gonna say use API config in codes because we're not doing that yet, but we'll do that eventually. But now that I have this in my mocks, I want to map this to the JSON data. So if we look up how setup tests is run, it wants a URL and a response. So what I'm going to do in fixtures is I'm going to create a thing that maps the URLs to the corresponding JSON data. So in our fixtures, we want to export an array of URLs and data. So should it be an array? It could be an array of objects. Array of objects. Like this. Grab our config. An array of hope? Oh, array of hope. Sure. Sure. Over here. So we have our config. We need to import that. Oh, no, don't do that. I wonder why it does this like weird long import when it should just do a relative import. There we go. Lib API. Cool. And for each of these, so for every key, all the keys are going to be BTTV, 7TV, etc. And so for each of those, we're going to map that to an object with URL and data. But I might just have to do this manually. Thought I was going to do it not, but we'll have URL will be like config.bttv.global, and then data will import the JSON data. The thing is, I could write this in a more automated way. If I name these JSON files in a specific way, then I could like auto import them. I don't think I'm going to get that fancy with it. But now, how do I import JSON data with TypeScript? It's not as easy as you think. Like if I just want BTTV JSON data or BTTV global, yeah, it doesn't recommend anything. Yeah, there's an assert as JSON you can add in there. Like I'm just trying to import this JSON file as a type over here, or as a thing. But that's not supported directly without some TypeScript configuration. Let's see. Why isn't this just in the TypeScript docs? Resolve JSON module. Or ES module interop. Now, Nico Fishman is mentioning with type JSON. Will that work without config? Or do I still need to modify my config? Use require. Declare the type. And then I've used the assert as JSON before. Why is this so hard to find? This thing. Assert type JSON. This. TypeScript 4.5 supports the ECMAScript proposal for type assertions. Like this. Then why is this complaining? Import assertions are only supported with the underscore module option set to ESNext or NodeNext. Okay. I'd have to change this from common.js. Will that mess other things up? Cannot find. Consider using resolve JSON module. Okay. So now we need that option too. Great. Yeah, what's interesting here though is like it does, I'm pretty sure like it adds types and stuff to the thing. Yeah, the main thing is I changed this to ESNext. Is that going to break any other library that tries to import this? What if I do it without a type assertion? Yeah. Well, thanks, Clarkio. Welcome in. Yeah, we've been doing Web Security Wednesdays. This Wednesday, I think we're going to cover cross-site request forgery and SQL injection is the hope. So I'm curious if this resolve JSON module is actually all we need. CSRF, yeah. So yeah, so if I don't do the type assertion, this is the only option we need, resolve JSON module, and then this seems to work. Let's see. Can only be default imported using the ES module interop flag. So we need the ES module interop flag now. Ultimately, I realize some of you have told me to do this, but I want to make sure that I have a reason for setting these config values, and I think we learned something, right? These two config values will automatically give you access to importing JSON. Done. Import with type is, I guess, like a newer feature. I think I'm okay with these two options and leaving common.js on. So if I leave common.js on, I enable those two. Now we can import the stuffs. It's apparently it's an array type. Cool. Yeah, the thing is, if we did a dynamic import, like what if I did this? If I rename this to bttv.global.json and bttv.channel.json, then we don't have to import it here, and this could actually just be import like this. Yeah, I mean, you're probably right about that, America 2050. I want to keep it JSON because if the API response ever changes, I can just replace the whole file. I don't have to worry about anything super weird. Dynamic imports only support a second argument when the module option is set to ESNext, Node16, or NodeNext. So I can't do this. But now that I enabled the JSON settings from earlier, this should still work. And we should be able to do a dynamic import. Here we go. So this is going to make it all just work instantly. If I do object.keys on the config, that's going to give us all the top level. Let's get rid of the other stuff so I can show you what I'm talking about. Object.keys is going to give us BTTV, FFZ, STV. There will be no 7TV because then I'd have to handle it. So now it's just STV. Okay. So it's going to give us those three things, BTTV, FFZ, STV. And then for each of those, we're going to do a reduce here. We have all of the, let's call it all. And this will give us the key. And we're reducing into an array of objects that will look like this. And we're going to concat two little objects that look like this. But the URL will be config at key dot channel, and then we'll construct this dynamically to be this. Key. Okay. TypeScript is complaining because I haven't given the accumulator type a type yet. Right now it's never. Like this. And this type will just have two properties on it. URL is a string, and then data is any. And the any type is okay here because, yeah, that's fine. Okay. This can't be of type. Wait, what? I see. API configs will be an array of these things. Like that. Okay, that fixes that. And then element implicitly has any type because expression can't be used to index into this type. I guess I could actually define this type. And then it won't be dynamic. I guess I could do, actually, if I just do as const, that should fix that. Or something. Right? Yeah, thank you. I did need to update that. Okay, now what's this complaining about? A promise? This shouldn't return a promise. Is not assignable to type never. Who's returning a Oh, the import is. Hmm. I guess I could do a require right here. If I did a require, then I don't think I would even need um, the settings in my TS config. Um, so all, let's see. Yeah, I guess I would have to make it async, but then this isn't going to do what I want it to do because I'm going to have to hold this thing is like returning a promise now. I can't do it async. It needs to be yeah, it can't be async. I think we're going to use the require keyword instead because this will actually, here's the other thing is let's not require them at all. I could just do a fs.read sync. Because this, I don't want this to return a promise. It needs to get it all in one go and then be ready in the test. And this is just going to run at the beginning of the test anyways. Uh, yeah, so we won't use require, but I think at this point I can do fs.read file synchronously that it's UTF-8, and I think we'll need the full path here. And we'll do root path is path.join source fixtures source test fixtures API data. All right, why is this complaining? Oh, yeah, it doesn't want it. That. Okay, so that's our root path. And then here we'll do path.join our root path with this. Okay, we're closer. We want this to be global. And then let's look at how this thing works, because this is doing JSON with data. Is it having to stringify it, or is the stringify automatically happening? Yeah, I think in this case that means we need to parse it. So this would be a JSON.parse. Okay. Yeah, now let's figure out this type error. Call this unknown. Cool. Press no. Can't. Okay. If I want to fix this error, I think I just need to tell it about this type, which is fine. So I'll have like an API config. There might be a better way to like infer it, but I'm just gonna tell it because that's easy enough to get this typing right. And then our API config are all these things. BTTV is that. FFZ is that. Return type. Yeah, I'm going to set the return type right here. And then the other side will know that those are valid. I guess the issue is, yeah, okay, maybe I'll have to do something beyond that, but this, I think this is closer. And this returns that. Good, it's still happy. And then over here, I guess the issue is config. What about return type? Oh, I can use the return type here? Like global and channel? What's up, Primer Justin? Thank you for the raid. I'm knee deep in some codes right now. I'm doing some refactoring. I pulled these strings out so they're reusable in multiple places. We have some test fixture data that I'm trying to get dynamically imported, and then our test will be mocking API responses. So if we get the return type, that's going to give us back this. Fine. I think the issue is in order to use BTTV, FFC, or STV to index into it, like this, right now it has the any type. I already have this type defined. We did it over here, I thought. Yeah, we have an enum, which is emote source. Yeah. Oh, no worries, Primer. Thanks for dropping in. We didn't get a shout out for you. We'll do that now. What were you working on? Blobs to Godot. Cool. We've been doing a try-day Friday on stream. Yeah, this is what we're getting at, like key of type of thing. But yeah, every Friday we've been trying something new, and right now Godot is like at the top of that list. So this Friday we might actually try Godot on stream, making videos for Unity and starting a Godot port. Very cool. Yeah, I've never built games with. I mean, I've never really built any like big game or anything like that. I've done just like basic browser games. But this Friday we might actually try Godot to build a nice little game. Yeah, let's grab. Okay, I think I get what people are saying though. So we have the. Honestly, we could just define these types in a shared place and import them. So let's do that instead of just doing return type. So now our types, we'll define this over here too. So we can use this in both places, and then I can say that it's a key of that. So we'll import this. Great. And then over here, don't need to define that type anymore. We'll import that type. An API config is a thing, global, and then channel. Oh, we still do need a custom type. Never mind. We still need this. JSON parse returns an any type. I'm gonna make this the any type, and that's okay. I guess we'll call this API data. And this reduces it to an array of API data. And then here we can say key that type. Let's grab these keys here. So now API types will be a key of those. So it should be BTTV, FFZ, or STV. And then over here, we'll make this that. We're telling it that, hey, I know it's going to be that. Okay, that took a lot, but I think we're there. Because at this point, this is what we're going to export. It's going to be an array of objects which have a URL and a data property. Cool. And this, and now this imports everything dynamically. So I just need to make sure that everything is named in the right way. So it should be 7tv dot lowercase channel. And at this point, it's STV. STV. Same thing for this. So this should be STV dot global. And this should be FFZ dot channel. FFC dot global. Good to go. So now that these have the common naming convention, this thing is just going to automatically read all of those files in and then map them into an array of URLs and datas. Let's see if it's working correctly. We're doing emote parsing right now. This is all part of it. This is all part of it. Now over here in setup tests, I'm going to import, I guess, is it called API data? Yeah, API data from fixtures API data. That's this. Okay. And then the REST handlers are going to be this API data.map. That's going to give us each config, and we want to return this. And so here it'll be config.url, and this will be config.data. Done. And so now I didn't have to manually specify all those things, but now when a request comes in for a specific URL, it's going to respond with that specific bit of data. Just to make sure we've done this right, let me just log out API data when the tests start up, and let's see what happens. It works. So we've got URL and then the data. URL, data, URL, data. Good, good, good. And then that automatically maps it all to the HTTP responses. It's working. You know the real way to test if it's working? Turn my internet off, right? So if I turn my Wi-Fi off, it won't be able to hit the response. Actually, we could do this. So I know for sure that we're getting back this response. Press F in our FFZ response. So over here in FFZ, yeah, it's not in global. I guess it's in channel. And just for now, wait, no. It has an ID. And now when we get it back, unexpected token. Oh, I can't use single quotes. Well, at least I know it's actually reading that file in. I actually don't know how I use the info. Do I not combine the ID here? Let's throw it in here. Yeah, okay, cool. I mean, there's probably a better way to verify that I'm actually mocking the data, but The test is now failing because we're returning the wrong thing. Cool. All right, let's put this back the way it was. Now we did all of that, so now we're not actually hitting the network whenever the tests run. So I'm gonna turn focus mode off for a little bit. I'll answer any of the questions that you might have, and then we'll keep moving. So should we test against the real data from the different providers? How would we detect that they changed their API? That's going to be an integration test, and that'll be separate from this. But we could write a test that actually makes the real request to the API and then verifies that the output matches the data that we have in the what do you call it? In the fixtures directory. Yeah, that would be an integration test we could run. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, so all of my my stuffs is over here. Theodore, it's not funny. Just take a breather. What did I want to say? Yeah, stretch timer. There's a couple of things people asked about. All of my colors and everything you can find over on GitHub. It has all my info. I use this to this is my break timer. This is this thing called timeout. It pops up every now and then, tells me to take a break. And all those questions and more are over on the frequently asked questions, so you can check those out too. All right, let's look at our to-do list. So mock API responses. Good. Now, we want to generate some tests using Copilot. So I haven't done this before. We're going to see how it goes. But what we need to do is in our emote parser test here, and along with Chris, thank you for the resub. Much appreciated. Right here, we want to write some tests for really these individual parsing functions. Actually, before we do that, we need to pull out these strings, because remember, we moved those strings to a consolidated place. Let's pull those out by first getting the config and putting it onto the emote parser class. So once we validate that info, we'll say like this.api config will be get API config. Isn't that what I called it? What did I call it? Get API URLs. I'm going to rename it to get API config. And then over here, we'll say get API config. We'll pass in the validated info. And API config is of type API config, like that. Configs. There we go. Configs, yeah, good call. Yeah, I need to fix that import thing. It keeps pulling from the package, the full package URL. All right, so the emote parser now has an instance of API config. And now whenever we get the emote regex, we actually want to pass in the API config. Let's go over here. This will be API. This will be an individual API config. And then now we'll pass that in to each of these. So we're going to pass in ETTV there. FFC there, and STV there. And then now in each one of these functions, we can just use that. So the info, we'll destructure it. So this gives us channel and global, and we're pulling that out of an API config singular. And then here, we say this is global. We say this is channel. Awesome. And we're going to do that on all the other functions too. So for ranker faces, we do this. Now this becomes global. This becomes channel. And then same thing on here. Cool. Yeah, we talked about we would take down the tree this week, but it's snowing everywhere. It's cold all across the world, so I think we can leave the Christmas tree up for one more week. All right. Now where do we go? I think we need some tests. We need some tests. Is there a reason sometimes I use promise all, other times I weight the promises individually? It depends on what I'm trying to do. Now, the thing is, you'll notice that I have a bunch of dot catches on here. So that makes it so that if one of these fail, they all don't fail. There's other ways to handle that, but for my use case, this works. We're basically just swallowing the error if it wasn't able to get one of those specific things. And that way, if one of these APIs goes down, the others will still work. It'll just stop being able to parse that specific type of emote. Cold? Yeah, I realize it's not cold everywhere, but a lot of places it is. Like, I mean, let's look at the weather in Denver. It's like negative degrees right now. Oh, it's 0 Fahrenheit, which is negative 18 Celsius. It is very cold here. Okay. If you would remove .catch in one of them, and that one throws an error, would promise.all throw an error? Yes, it would. So if I remove this .catch and then this one fails, the rest of them fail too. And you'll notice I don't have a .catch on the whole thing. So this is how I've decided to handle it for this project and this specific use case, because I'm okay with swallowing the errors, and ultimately I want the rest of the code to just keep moving if one of these things fails. All settled would be fine, but then I'd have to look at each individual one and what do you call it? Yeah, I understand, but this is how I want to do it, and I'm going to keep doing it this way. All settled would involve potentially more work. Yeah, it takes practice, Red Dragon. So when I first started standing while working, I couldn't do it more than 10, 20 minutes. Yeah. But yeah, all settled potentially would work, but you all get fixated on the most random things. Let's keep moving. What I want to do, though, is I actually want to test these individual functions, like the get BTTV emotes and FFZ emotes. I want to test these individual functions. So I think, yeah, I have to start to restructure how all of this works. This is another reason potentially why I don't want all settled. But right now, I am just modifying a global variable, right? So once I get back the response, I'm modifying this global variable, all emotes. This is like a global variable that like shouldn't exist anymore. So I need to fix that because this would be really hard to test as a unit test because the function is modifying global state. And to test it as a unit test, these functions need to return something that can then be used or appended to the overall thing. So really what I want to do is this function should return its emotes and return the selector, and then we can go from there. So let's test this individual function. I'm going to export it, and I'm going to change the return. So we're going to return emotes and the selector. And so now this is a bit more isolated because it shouldn't be modifying any global state now. It just returns those two things. And then I can test those out on the returned values. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, kid. That's basically what I'm saying. It's like, there's different ways to do it. So yeah, ads are coming soon. Before the ad happens, let's try to see. I have no idea how to use. I've never even typed into the GitHub Copilot chat window. Let's see if I can get it to do it. Write some tests for get BTTV emotes in the emote parser, or from the emote parser file. The tests should be added to the emote parser.spec.ts file. Do your best. Okay, so maybe it can't modify files. Okay. Is there a /test command? Okay. Generate unit tests for get BTTV emotes. It's gonna add a mock in. These aren't very good. All right. I think the ads start in a minute. I think I'll have to wait for when the ads come back. Update the tests to validate the response properties, I guess. I don't know. There's a button to insert the code block in your current file. Okay, I'll have to try that. Should return emotes and selector when valid API config is provided. Yeah, it's adding all this extra mock stuff. I'll just like remove that manually, I guess. Yeah, we're going into an ad break. While the ads are happening, I think I'll play like a quick game of City Guesser. But we need to refine my response because also it's mocking. We should tell it not to mock because we're already doing the mocks in another file. And really, I want to test the output. Yeah, I'll ask it to remove the mocks, but ultimately, I also want it to test my selector function because this returns a selector, and I want to make sure that emotes can be passed in and get back the required thing, etc. Cool. Break for ads. And we'll just play some city guessing for like 2 minutes. Let's do USA. Okay, so in the chat, if you know where this is, say it in the chat right now. So here's the thing. This bus has a Pennsylvania flag. That I recognize that as Pennsylvania. I'm just going to guess. It is Pennsylvania, cool. And then is it just, what's the biggest city in Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania? Pittsburgh? Not Pittsburgh. Philadelphia. Yeah, we'll do Philadelphia. That is not it. So let's try Pittsburgh. Got it. All right, next one. All right, anybody in the chat, do you know where this is? I don't recognize that train. So, like, I don't think it's New York City. I don't think it's Boston. I don't think it's Seattle. Maybe, is it Boston? I feel like the trains I rode in Boston didn't look like that. Let's just see if it's Boston. It's not Massachusetts. This doesn't look like New York to me. Like, this is like a light rail. New York has subways. Yeah, we'll play around with Copilot. That's really like our next task, is to get really good output from Copilot, but we'll have to figure out the right prompt to do it. Any guesses? All right, we'll keep playing the video, see if anything pops up. Maybe it is Seattle. Portland. Is it Oregon? It's not Oregon. Washington? It is Washington. Okay, is it Seattle? That train does not look familiar to me. I lived in Seattle for like 3 months. But apparently it is Seattle. I guess I just don't recognize the wrap. It does look like Seattle. Okay, next one. All right. Can we figure it out based on just this image? I can't. It's cold. People are wearing jackets. I've never been to Chicago. I've never been to Detroit. Is it Chicago? Like, okay, yeah. it's funny that's my first guess, but like I've never been there. I don't know exactly what it looks like. Everyone's saying Chicago. All right, one more. And if you're on the ad break, welcome back. We're playing this city guessing game, and then we're gonna get back to coding. Can you guess where this is in the United States purely based off of this? I feel like this looks old, so this is like. Is it Massachusetts? It's not Massachusetts. Maybe it's not that old. But it's some kind of like clock tower. Anybody have any guesses what this is? If not, I'll play the video. I think Virginia's a good guess. It's older US. It's not Virginia. Let's keep playing the video. It is a clock, but where is that clock? I mean, I thought Massachusetts because it could be like MIT or something like that, but it's definitely a city. This feels like, are those the Ozark Mountains or the Smoky Mountains? Is this Tennessee? It's not Tennessee. Is it Arkansas? Express delivery auto ports. Maybe it's Oregon. I can't quite tell from the license plate. This doesn't feel... Florida doesn't have mountains like that. There's no way. It's got mountains. But they're like smaller mountains and they're very green. Did we try Oregon? Okay, it's not Oregon. Homemade ice cream. Is it a Vermont license plate? What's the Vermont shortcut? VM? Not shortcut. What's the 2-character code for Vermont? VT? Okay, it is Vermont. And Rob! Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. We're just playing a game. We're taking a quick break, and then we're gonna get back to coding. But this is a city guessing game where you're given a video of some town in the U.S. and you have to, or there's other places too. We're playing U.S. right now. You have to figure out where it is. But welcome in. What were you working on? Using Cobra monolith command instead of tons of shell scripts with Go. Very cool. I don't know what any of that is, but welcome in, raiders. Good to see you. What is a popular city in? Oh, I almost spoiled it. I didn't realize that button took us there. How do I open? Oh, here's the map. I want to open the map. What is like a very popular city in Vermont? Manchester? Burlington. It's got to be Burlington, right? It's not Burlington. There is no popular city in Vermont. I can't even tell where the Vermont state line is. I guess Manchester is pretty big. Let's keep playing. See if we see any signs or anything like that. But yeah, if you're still here, welcome in, Raiders. We're actually refactoring some old JavaScript code into TypeScript while also adding tests. And so the next thing we're actually going to be doing is working with GitHub Copilot and GitHub Chat to generate some tests for us. But first, we have to figure out where this is. Montpelier. We tried Burlington. This is the capital? Montpelier? Montpelier. Not quite. Looks like this. If this is a city name, it starts with an S. I can't tell where the state lines of Vermont are. Is this? Shelburne, maybe? Is Stowe a city? Springfield? Oh, there's a Stowe right there. Let's see. Got it. Got it. Okay. Good call. That's that's the name that's written right there. I'm guessing that's the name that's written right there, but it's this little town right here. Yeah. Wow. Cool. Yeah. So this game is super fun. America 2050 made it. If you all want to check it out, you can do other places besides the U.S. Okay. Back to the codes. Right now, we have this function that calls an API, gets back the response of two different APIs, smacks them together, and then returns an array of objects and a function which can format those objects. Honestly, though, we don't need to do that. We could literally return it in the reformatted way already. What if we return emotes.map or all emotes.map? Grabs the emote, and then we literally just do this. Should be able to. Oh no! It returns an emote. So code is a string, ID is a string. Yeah, this is better. This will be easier to test, right? We want to test that when this function is called, it returns an array that matches this format. That's pretty simple. That's what our test is going to be. Yeah. Great. So back to this. Can I end my conversation? Let's clear the conversation or just start a new one. Yeah, new one. Here we go. Tests. generate unit tests for this. Do not mock the responses. Validate the output format. So my settings, I'm using, what is it called? Noise cancellation. So I have inside of OBS the noise suppression filter, and I'm using the built-in one. It's called RN noise, and that tries its best to remove like background noise and stuff like that. This is what I want to see. Okay. Return an array of emotes. Get the emotes, make sure that the response is an array, make sure there's more than one, and then grab the first one and make sure it has all of these properties. Turn it off? Yeah, I'll let you hear what it sounds like without it. The main reason that I... I see. I thought you said you like it without the keyboard sounds. The main reason I do it is my air conditioner is right there and my heater is running, so if I stop talking... It's a nice little hum, which I don't want. I used to have it all the time. Honestly, let's see how it goes for a little bit. Unless that background hum is getting on anyone's nerves, just let me know. Okay, I like this test. This is a really good test. Let's insert it over here. Yeah, adds to the coding vibe, yeah. So what does this button do? Will this insert it? That just copies it. Yeah, I have a noise gate too. I'm just gonna copy it. Okay. We're gonna import this function. Oh, insert at cursor? Is that what that was? All right, let's try it again. I was like, I didn't know what that meant. Insert at, okay, yeah, that's nice. it'll just put it right in. Okay. I need to move these imports to the top. And then I think I'll actually just do this as a separate suite instead of in the, yeah, this. So we're gonna just describe emote getter functions. This should return an array of emotes. Cool. We're going to consolidate the API config. Are we documenting the functions? Yeah, so that's what we want to do eventually. So eventually, well, it should already be that way, but this actually returns a type, an array of type emote. And so that type will be available to users of the library, but type emote describes that format, right? So it has a code, a source, a list of URLs. So yeah, the consuming code should know about all that. Cool. Grab the emotes. I think we're gonna consolidate API config. Like this. But again, it's doing that weird thing. Now we'll use the API config in multiple places. So here, we'll do this. Oh, I got a new YouTube member? Thank you. I'll acknowledge that. Ooh. Y'all, thank you, y'all. You've been hanging out today. I appreciate it. That's awesome. Okay, we'll pass in API config dot bttv. So we expect that the response is an array. We make sure that the object has all of these properties. And then if we pass in the wrong config, it should throw an error. I don't like this test. Because at that point we'd have to like mock like an invalid response. You all let me know what you think about this, but I kind of want to assume that the consumer of this method knows to pass in the right URLs. Yeah. The other thing is now I'm going to have two other tests that look exactly like this. And I kind of want to remove like code duplication. So, for example, bttv now just returns an array of emotes. This needs to do the same thing. Like that. And the function is going to be exactly the same. Like, I'm tempted to not even use Copilot. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to copy paste it, and then I'm going to ask Copilot to make it better. Because this one's for FFZ. Import it here. Call it. Cool. And then we want the same thing for 7TV. Oh, we also, last time we didn't finish this by returning the different URLs, but we can do that this time. That should be easy enough. Specifically, this is going to return an emote. It's going to return an emote. ID is a number. To string it. Okay. And then, oh, we haven't, okay. I was like, why are we here? But at this point, this FFZ emotes testing function should be fine. We need a testing function for 7TV, but also we didn't type these. You'll notice that these have the typed response here, but we don't have the typed response over here. So we may need to generate those if we haven't generated them yet. If we look in our types repo, yeah, we don't have 7TV yet. So just like we have the types for FFZ, BTTV, we need them for 7TV. I'm going to call it, again, I'm going to call it STV because I don't want it to start with a number. And then we need to go grab 7tv URL to get the types. So make a request here, grab that data, and then generate the type. So I'm using this extension called paste JSON as types. We're going to call the top level response. Yep. And this, it took that JSON response and turned it into some TypeScript types that we can now use here. There's a bunch of extra stuff though, but response.emotes is an array of emote, and emote has an ID, name, flags, and data. Where is named used? Because host has an array of files. All right, we'll figure out how to use that. But now we need to export STV so that it can be used outside. Like this. And so now over here, I should be able to import it. And I guess what I forgot is we need to call this the global response. Because that's the global emotes. And then we also want the channel response, which is potentially the same. If the channel response is the same, then we'll just call it response. But let's see what it looks like. So we have platform username, display name, and then emote set emotes. And then this just has emotes at the top level. So yeah, they are different. This is VS Code, exclamation mark theme. It has all my settings and everything I'm using. We're going to call this the channel response. Channel response emote set has an optional array of emotes. And now we have a bunch of duplication. ID, name, flags, tags, immutable. Was that something we had over here for the global response too? Let's see. This type, the channel response emote set, is very similar to the global response. Yeah. We're going to call this an emote set, I think. And then the global response is just an emote set. Like that. Got emote, ID, data, host, file, format. I thought it would tell me my types are duplicated. But I need, when I pasted the second type response, or the second response, it actually All right, I'm gonna start over. If I just paste the channel response as types, the only other type we need is the global response, which is just an emote set. So we'll call this channel response. And then we'll just rename this to emote set. And then we'll define the global response. So export global response, which is just the emote set. Yeah, this extension is called Thunder Client, and you can just make requests right inside of VS Code. All right. Tags are of the any type. But why? Let's look at the response. Empty array. I'm just gonna get rid of that property. We don't need those for now. Actually, we'll leave it and just ignore the error. Unknown. Unknown. Okay. So now we have the types, and then over here we can use them. So in our function, we can say when we get this, it's going to be stv.global response, and this is going to be stv.channel response, like that. Now, possibly undefined. I don't like that. Emote sets that that should always be there. Yeah, that should always be there. And I want this to return emote. So I want this to complain because, first of all, the URLs are wrong. But now the source is emote source.7tv. But I am going to rename this to stv. So I can reference it. And then it doesn't like URLs because we want URLs, which has small, medium, and large. And I think we can actually just do 1x, 2x, and 3x. STV, not STD. Consider pasting the responses as Zod schemas instead of types. I don't really need to validate them, though. Right? Right? Cool. So we have bgdvffz. Now we want get 7tv emotes. What did we call the function? Yeah, like this. And then we need to export both of these. So we'll export this. We'll export this. Cool. For now, I'm just going to disable this test because we've messed a lot of things up. We've changed what these functions return, which is going to change the output of this test. But let's see if these tests pass. And if they pass, I'm going to have Copilot try to consolidate these tests because there's a lot of duplication here, right? So Let's see. Let's see if the test passed. Test pass. Cool. But now, can I move those methods into the emote parser class? We could, but right now they're not dependent on any data in the emote parser class. I think the reason I want to keep them separate is if you think about the consumers of this library, maybe the consumers of this library just want to use it and make their own parsing function, right? And then they get access to these getter functions and they don't have to create an instance of emote parser. That's really the question we're answering right now is how should the consumer of this library get access to these? Should it be a property on the emote parser? The thing is, if we make it a method on emote parser, then you don't have to pass in the API config because emote parser already has an API config. I don't know. I think I like them being standalone. Yeah, for now I'm going to keep them standalone, which means people can just import those methods directly if they want to, for some reason, get an array of all possible emotes. Yeah. Yeah, what's up, Fob? You missed everything. Wait, when did you leave? I didn't know when you left. But we have the test passing for each of these three functions. Now I want Copilot to consolidate them. So here's what I'm going to do. Is Copilot aware of my text selection? New one. Refactor the selected tests to remove duplication. Creating a helper function that performs the common assertions. Beautiful. Great work, Copilot. I love it. Put it in. So, actually, this would just be an emote array, like that. But we need to import emote. And we'll extract that to our types directory. Because yeah, we have this type here, and emote result. We're going to pull these into our common types. The other thing is, though, and I think this is what somebody was thinking about, is if we use Zod to define this, then our tests can literally just run the parser function, and we don't have to do all that manually asserting of every property. So maybe we do that. We'll export each of these. And over here, we need to update our imports. Update that import. Update that import. Cool. I'll probably be live for about another hour or so. Yeah, no worries, Bluesons. Welcome in. Okay, we extracted all the types, but now this test function is literally just validating the object. So what if we actually created a Zod validator and then expected the Zod validator to not throw an exception? I think I like that better because this is like very manual validation. And if instead, let's create a Zod type out of this. So z dot object. Good call, Veeb. We could literally ask Copilot to turn this into a Zod validator. I like it. Update the selected type to be a Zod validator instead. Replace with your actual enum source. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, this is fine. We don't need to import it because we're already importing it. But if I do z.enum, is there any way to pass in an actual enum? Like emote source? Can I do that? I might have to look at the Zod docs, but should I define the enum with Zod? Let's native enum and then pass in emote source. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Thank you, Mihai Andre. Cool. And so now we actually need this emote type too. So I'll say export emote, which is z.infer instance, or is it type of? Type of. Cool. But now that we have this validator, we could use it in our test. So we could say expect that it's an array, expect the length to be greater than 0. And then this check is probably for TypeScript because this code probably wouldn't work. Actually, no, this would be fine. If we did expect emote.parse, emote's at 0 to not throw. I want it to not throw. How do I do that? Also, yeah, import the type. My function signature it's the response of this method. So this method is supposed to return an array of emotes. I think you're right though. Like what's happening right now is you have TypeScript errors versus like runtime errors, and this would have been a TypeScript error. This would be like a runtime error, and we still want to check for the runtime error. Not that. To not throw. Not to throw. Like that. Okay. So parse that emote and make sure that we don't throw. Let's see. Whoops. Whoops. Like that. Cool. What's up, Alka? Welcome in. All right. We're testing all our emote getters. I'm happy with that. Now we should get this test working again. Because if we call parse on the emote parser, this should work. Right now it's going to break because we changed everything else. We changed all these to return arrays of functions. And I think what we got to do is move this into our emote parser. Yeah. Get this test working again? It's gonna be, I have a feeling it's way too complicated. I already know what I need to do. I need to update these. to do this. And then we're going to grab each of the individual emotes. So this gives us BTTV emotes. This gives us FFZ emotes. This gives us STV emotes. Like this. And then we're going to do something like this. This will be the append emote. Actually, we can just do this. We'll call this emotes. And we'll map this. No, we'll reduce it. We want to flatten it. Flatten it. And then for each it. And then this codes can go in there. Do I ever experience coding burnout? Sort of. Yeah, when I left my last job, I was pretty burnout. Code as a string. Cool. Now, emotes and sources. And all of these global variables need to be brought into my class. See you later, Nixon. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, all of these methods need to, or all of these variables need to now exist on the emote parser. And ISO Bushi, welcome in. Thank you for that prime. This is not Vue. This is just plain old JavaScript. And this will be running typically like in a server-side process. Can get emote regex be moved to the constructor? It needs to be moved into the class. It'll be like this dot get emote regex. It needs to be moved in here for sure. Yeah, it's just JavaScript. All of these need to be properties on the class. Okay, last request is a number. Emote regex is not initialized. We'll make it empty. And then, we're going to cache so it caches the API response, and that's why get emote regex will use the cached response. Yeah, I do realize I should try to be using Copilot for this. There's just so much codes. And David, thank you for the prime. There's so much codes that it's like all in my head, and I know what I need to do, and I have a feeling that Copilot would have a very hard time dealing with all my variables and such. So now, all of these functions exist at the top level. Get emote regex now needs to be moved into my class here. And then parse emotes, we're going to comment that out for now. Okay. I think it might be, yeah. I accidentally updated to macOS Sonoma the other day, so I might just wipe my computer clean and like do a setup video. Oh, somebody asked about the record type? Yeah. So the reason we were using the record type is because we were converting this from JavaScript. Now, since we're in TypeScript, I think I might turn these into maps. So that way we're not working with objects. We're working with a nice typed map. let's do that. Oh, I just realized my I never turned my back on. You could hear me typing a lot more though, but yeah. Cool. So yeah, those are maps now. The rest of the code's gonna break, but that's okay. I don't know why. Yeah, we shouldn't have to pass that in anymore because this will just be able to use it. Like this. Thanks, Limeots. This stream is too comfy. I mean, it is just me writing codes badly. I mean, I almost feel like I'm like stuck in my ways because like I should probably be using Copilot for this. I'm afraid it's gonna take more time than it would take me. Okay. Why doesn't this dot work? Oh, okay. I was like, what syntax am I missing? When it's a method, you don't need the function keyword. Okay. Cool. All right. Refreshing the cache. And Ched, thank you for the bits. And it is a hype train. Well, thanks, Ched, for doing that. I'll let everyone know about all the ways to support me if you'd like to. You don't have to, but if you wanna hop on this hype train, you can sub, you can give bits, and if you don't want to do that, there's other ways too. You could be a GitHub sponsor, a patron pledge. I have a course for sale, and then if you're watching over on YouTube, you could become a member. A lot of ways to support me, and if you're getting anything out of the streams, I would sure appreciate it. And thank you, Alka. Thank you for the bits. You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do that, Alka. Thank you. All right. Actually, I think there's no reason to flatten emotes here. I'm just gonna for each it. Because, and thank you, Chronic Step. Thanks for the posture check. This is gonna give us each emote set. And then we can for each those. Like that. The Limeotes, thank you for the bits. You're also too kind. Oh, Alka has a golden kappa? How'd you get that? I guess because your bot is in like every channel. Yeah, thank you for the bits. All right. And Woodsiger, thank you for the prime. You learned me so much about front-end development. Since I started watching you, I got promoted from mid to senior in just a year. I did lots of personal projects because of you. Glad to hear it. Thank you. David, thank you for the 500 bits. I always love hearing stories like that. There's a lot of them. And I appreciate it. Thanks for being here, Woodsiger. I appreciate you. Golden Kappa hype train last night? Nice. Okay. Code. What is code? And Murdoch, thank you for the bits as well. Code is a string. Yeah, so now that we converted emotes into a map, now I shouldn't index into it. I should actually set it. So I'll say emotes.set or .add code and then the thing. That. Is add not a function? Is it set? Oh, this dot emotes dot set. So now that'll put it onto the map. Same thing with sources. This dot sources dot set these two. If you drop with the cheer, does it drop the cheer emote? Probably. Thank you, David. Thanks for the bits. It's been a long time since I saw you. Thanks for hanging out today. Yeah, and Alka, thanks for the thanks for the bits that are dropping. But yeah, David used to hang out at the stream a lot. Did we figure out if it worked, Alka? Maybe you didn't meet the timeout. But yeah, David worked on an app for a while called Distream Chat, which was basically like a version of my chat window, but it would work for any stream. And they mentioned that's one of the biggest reasons I got my current job. Thanks, David. I really appreciate it as well. All right. We're setting the source. Did it just drop a generic one? We'll have to get that working then. And then we'll append to the regex string. Update the last request. Update the regex string. Set the emote regex. So this is how it does the caching. So if the emote regex doesn't exist, or the time since last request is greater than our timeout. So basically, we update the emotes every 24 hours in here. And so if that's timed out, then we'll update the emote regex. So emote regex is just a giant regular expression that has all of the emote replacers inside of it. Lowercase code source. I see. Okay, so we're putting it all in there, and then later on, when we use the regular expression replacer, we would have to dial into the URLs to grab the specific one we want. Okay. So now this needs to be updated. So get the emote regex. Match everything against it, and then do the actual replacing. So this should be emotes.get. This.emotes.get. And that gives us an emote. But it could be undefined. I guess we'll say that it won't be undefined. Can we make that assumption? Like if it's matching against it, it's going to exist, right? So if the regular expression finds it, it's going to exist in emotes because it wouldn't be in the regular expression without it. And Stony, thank you for the resub. Appreciate you. Yeah, so this is a little TypeScript thing that says, hey, it'll exist. Yeah, it'll exist. Cool. So now our code should work. They don't work. Let's fix it. String.prototype.match all called with a non-global regular expression. We're defining the regular expression. It is global and case insensitive. It doesn't make it undefined. It tells the TypeScript engine that the call to get will not return undefined. We're telling it that this is always going to succeed and give us back this thing. Because if we didn't do that, TypeScript's like, hey, that's a map, and it's possible that that key is not in the map. And if that's the case, emote would actually be undefined, and we're telling it, hey, it'll never be undefined. Yeah. What's up, Illigaz? Yeah, I feel like there's probably like newer people in here. The drop game just drops from the sky and potentially lands on the tree. So if you do drop me, it'll drop your avatar, and if it lands on the tree, you'll get your name on the screen. Yeah, it's not gonna land. That's all that is. All right, let's. Really, we should write a test for get emote regex. Let's just see what this is. Oh, you know what? I think what's happening is I broke this logic here. And now it's just returning an empty regular expression. Let's actually see. Yeah, I think. Because we're not seeing refreshing cache in the logs. So here's the thing. We really need some tests that make sure that this cache refresh code is right. Oof. Because if we initialize it to undefined, does that fix it? Somebody trying to cross-site script it? Who's doing that? Oh, yeah, we don't allow that. Not here. I've added a copy to the clipboard on the page to make it easier to drop logos in the drop game. Oh. Do I want to allow this? um I mean, I guess I added your CD in for a reason, but yeah. Thanks everyone for that hype train. Appreciate you. Woodziger is mentioning I use React a lot, but I do really like opinionated frameworks. What do you prefer? I I really like Vue and Svelte because they're a lot less. There's a lot less code required to do similar things that you than the code that it requires to do in React. So yeah, that's what I prefer. Those still aren't that opinionated. If you want like a really opinionated front end framework, Ember is one of them. But all right, we have a quick ad break. I will play some City Guesser, and then when we come back, we need to write tests that make sure that this if statement is doing what we expect it to do, because right now this code isn't running at all, and we need it to run. So a quick 3-minute break. In the meantime, we're going to play City Guesser. I'm also going to go grab some water, so I will be right back. Cool. Yeah, Ember is this thing. Highly inspired by Rails, Ruby on Rails, but it's a front end framework. I think that some of the people that work on it also work on Ruby on Rails. Okay, we only have a minute left, but let's play a quick city guesser. All right, this is pretty low quality. But does anyone know where that mural is? This is somewhere United States. It feels like it could be like Arizona, maybe. Right? Or like New Mexico? Not Arizona. It is New Mexico. What is a big city in New Mexico? Albuquerque? Albuquerque. Got it. Easy. You can just it looks like it's a desert. Even though there's trees on the street, it looks like this place is a desert. Cool. All right, let's get back into the codes. Um, the more I think about this, the more I kind of want to extract some of these into like a config variable. So we have our channel info, but we also want to pass in our config. So emote parser config, and the config will have some default options like the emote timeout. Yeah, emote timeout is the main thing you're going to be configuring here. I think I want to do this. Maybe I'll figure out the syntax, but in our types, we want an emote parser config, and this has a timeout, which is just a number. And so basically, when that timeout expires, the next time we call it, it should call the API instead of using the cache. And so we'll import that. Find but never used, and then just set it here. Cool. Like I said, I want it to have a default value. Can I do this? Yeah, that's what I want. Best amp simulator? You mean for like guitars? I have an answer for you. Let me figure this out. Yes, I did mean to do that. Okay. Cool. And yeah, we set the timeout here. The default is 24 hours, but we'll be able to create instances that change that. And then I want to write a test that makes sure this will be this.config.timeout like this. Here we go. Write a unit test that makes sure the get emote regex function is only calls the API if the timeout has not expired. call the function for the first time, call the function again, and then to have not been called. That's not quite the test we want. It's getting close, but yeah, I guess it is. So if our test from the outside world is only testing parse, it should check that the first time we call parse, this function is called. The second time we call parse, this function is not called. So maybe don't use mocks. It's not quite it. Can I just ask Copilot if this if statement is this if statement correct? Does it test for the right thing and pass for the right reasons? Oh, that's why. Okay. Honestly, I just realized my own error. This emote regex needs to start off as null because otherwise, if it exists, then we just return it. Okay. Okay, so that's one fix. So that should be undefined, so that way it calls this. And then it will set the last request time and everything else. Okay. Great. There's our big ol' emote. Emote regular expression. So this is basically what we're building up after calling all of the APIs. We get every possible emote name and then throw them into the regular expression. What's up with these IDs? So Copilot is basically your rubber duck. It kind of seems that way. Like it helped. It helped me fix an error that I had. So yeah, I'm not impressed with the test generation just yet. Should not return an emote object, cannot read properties undefined reading code. So now this bits of code is erroring out. And it's because of this. We actually should check. Let's filter it, I guess. So if there was no emote, return nothing, and then filter it so that get rid of all the nulls in the response. But I think I want to do a little bit of debugging here. So why was the emote not found? Received. An array. Okay. We're trying to grab the emote match at 0. So match at 0 is press F. Oh, because we're too lowercasing everything. That is why. That's why it's not matching. Honestly, I think we should stop too lowercasing. Well, we're gonna update we'll have to update all of our other overlays to like not too lowercase. but we shouldn't do this. Case matters in emote parsing. I agree. Okay. So now, match at 0. I guess that's true. Okay. Match at 0 will be the emote name. And then this dot emotes, we're trying to get that. What is this dot emotes? Is that not getting set? Should be then. I don't have any planned conferences or anything like that right now, no. This dot emotes, we're setting the code. This can be simplified. This should actually just be literally emote. And then emote.code. Emote.code. Emote.source. Emote.code. Right? Wait, why was I destructuring that before? Because I want to pass it all in here. That's why I'm not gonna destructure it. Actually, is there a way to destructure it and keep the rest of the properties in an object? Didn't we do that once? Didn't I figure out how to do that once before? Like, I want to extract code and source, but I also want to extract all of the properties into a thing called emote. I guess the best way to do that is to just this. The thing is, it wouldn't be the rest. I want the whole thing because the emote needs to have the whole thing in it, but then I want to use code and source in these other places. That's fine. Advent of code is very difficult. I do not recommend advent of code for beginners, and anyone that does forgets what it's like to be a beginner. Yeah, I would say if you're a complete beginner, CodeWars is really nice because they organize things by difficulty, and so you should start at the easiest, which is 8Q. And if there are some that you can't solve on 8Q, you're probably not ready for 7Q. And then if there's some here that you can't solve, you're probably not ready for 6Q. So this like scaffolds it in terms of difficulty. Yeah. Code Wars is, I think, easier than Leak Code and starts off a lot easier as well. Like Leak Code, that's the other thing, is you're just almost thrown immediately into the deep end. And the other thing I don't like about Leak Code is they focus on having a really fast runtime and using very low memory. While those things are important and are a lot of times probably are important for when you're in an interview and you need to talk about what's the runtime of your function or how could performance be improved. That's completely valid. But when you're learning to program, we don't really need to worry about those things. We need to learn how to solve problems first and make sure we can actually solve the problems, and then take a step back and try to make them more performant or use less memory or whatever else. And Leak Code just always focuses on performance and memory usage, which, like I said, it has its use cases, but when you're just starting out, you should learn how to solve the problems first, because essentially what you run into are all these people that are trying to solve leak codes to get jobs, and then a lot of them just take shortcuts, right? Like they'll just copy paste other people's leak code answers because they can't figure it out, or they're just trying to get like a really high ranking. Code Wars doesn't care about any of that. Code Wars is for you to make sure that you know how to code. I mean, there technically is a leaderboard, and you do have like points here, but with Code Wars, you can just focus on learning to program. I don't know. What do I define starting out? Pre-junior, right? You don't even have a job yet, and you're learning how to program. That's what I would say as starting out. Because if you can already start to solve like 5Qs and 4Qs, at that point you're probably ready to start focusing on performance and memory usage and everything else. And the thing is, on Code Wars, a lot of these problems will enforce that. Like earlier on, you can solve problems without doing it like the optimal way, but then when you get to these harder ones, they actually will make sure that you're optimizing. Yeah. What am I doing? I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, I forgot. Okay, back to the code. I'm trying to figure out why it's not in the emotes thingy. So yeah, don't log emotes. That's too much. Log the match. Undefined. Undefined. So emotes.get, the match is returning undefined. And is press F in here? It's not in our regular expression. Are we calling the right function? So press F comes from ffz. And if we look in our API config, ffz is here. But I guess technically we're still just returning the mocks. So yeah, this is several arrays of emotes. As far as I could tell, oh, look at this. We messed up our ffz object. That's why it has those numbers in it. Okay. Yeah, we messed up. A long time ago, we messed up. This function, this ffz function, ID is the wrong thing. ID is a number. Do we have code? Let's look at the response here. Good thing I'm writing tests, exactly. Then we have a set. ID is a number. Name is what we want. Yeah, okay. The tricky part is, if I would have had better tests, it would have caught that. But right now, the test for this function literally just makes sure that it returns it in this format. I guess I could have had a test. Honestly, yeah. Let's put our code back to what it was, and let's write a breaking test for this. Just so doesn't happen again. But here's what I could do. We grab it, we test the emote array, and then for FFZ, we'll say the press F emote. Press F is emotes.find, where emote.code is press F. And then we will expect press F to be defined. All right. Now this test is going to fail. TMI version 2 needs some tests. Well, maybe we could collab on that. The thing is, like, I need practice writing tests too, but maybe that could be fun if I could help you write some tests. We can do some like serious XP programming where we're test driving everything. Honestly, it doesn't sound that fun, but people might like it. I say it doesn't sound fun because I'm not the biggest fan of TDD. Yeah. Okay. Expected undefined, not to be undefined. So now this is a breaking test, and we can fix it by fixing our codes over here. Like that. And that should make all the tests pass. Or not. This is SFFZ, right? Did I type it wrong? Oh, we want find first. No, we'll find the first one. There's 2 press Fs. Well, right now I'm just trying to find the one on FFZ. I know that it should exist on FFZ. Expect press F to be defined. Expected undefined, not to be undefined. So here's the thing, it's finding it. Did I do it in the wrong spot? Because we're testing FFZ. Also, where are we logging all this other stuff? Let me get rid of that. Yeah, I think I can get rid of these logs now. It is undefined. What? There is Nadoshi. Why didn't I catch that? You're completely right. I was thinking this was an implicit return. You're completely right. What? I'll show you all what I was talking about. You told me, but I didn't know what you were talking about. Man, what a dumb mistake. Yeah, really what I need is I need the return keyword like that, or use implicit return. This is like baby's first JavaScript. I forgot the return. Okay, that should pass. All right. 100% passing tests. Shouldn't TypeScript warn about that? Maybe a linter can warn about that. Like you could turn off like implicit return or something like that. I'm still not happy with these tests. I need to get better at writing tests. But yeah. Okay. Here's the other thing. I should probably use fixture data instead of just like hard coding this in the event that it changes in the future. Well, I guess technically URLs would still need to be hard coded. Okay. I'll say this. FFZ emotes should return an emote object. So that tests for FFZ. We'll probably also want to test for at least BTTV and 7TV. All right, this should give me 2 failing tests. Check. Oh yeah, you're right. You're completely right. We need to check the end and the start as well. But the end and the start is actually coming from the regular expression. But yeah, you're completely right. The thing is, we are. We'll have Copilot do this. We'll have Copilot generate messages where it's not just the first. It's not the only thing in the message, because that's what we're testing for right now, which is, can we parse a message that is just a single emote name? But what if it's a complex message with emotes embedded inside of it? We need to test for that as well. Let's see though. Can I log this out? Just so it's easier to copy. Yeah, okay, here's Sag. And here's lowercase press F. Cool. This should get the test to pass. But then I like the idea of writing more complex tests that test more complex messages. What's up, Haru? Welcome in. Okay. Here comes Copilot. New chat. Add more tests that will test with more complex messages containing emotes in many places within the message. Yeah, it's kind of what I wanted. That's at least testing for 3 different emotes from 3 different providers all in the same method. Oh, I like this. Press F is the best emote. The best emote is Sag. Ah, a message without emotes. Good job, Copilot. All right, I like these. Oh, thank you, Woodsiger. I do appreciate that. All right, let's insert these tests here and then see if our code passes. So, should return multiple emotes in a message. Should return emotes at the start of a message. Should return emotes at the beginning of a message. Should return no emotes for a message without emotes. Oh, good. I mean, okay, so here's where that breaks down, is it may not return them in this order. So the array shouldn't be equal. When there's multiple, we should update this to be a contains. So let's ask it to do that. Update the expect to use contains for each object instead of comparing the whole array. Contains or includes. To contain equal? Did they just make that method up? what is to contain equal? You can use the to contain equal method from jest. Okay, but are they sorted? Start 0, press F. Start 18, and then F, Sag 16, and then 21. I think you're right, though. It should sort by start. I think the issue is maybe the small, medium, large is out of order. Oh, but that wouldn't matter. It's doing a deep compares. Let me make sure this is actually why the test failed. So it received start at 0, end at 6, start at... Oh, it's off by 1. The tests are just wrong. Okay. 0. Okay, so this would be 6, 7. This would be 8. So starts at 8, ends at 14. And I'm returning starts at 7. Okay, my code is broken. Right? All right. Is there a way to run a specific test here? Like, I just want to run this test. What's the best way to do that? I guess I could use that VS Code test runner, like built-in test runner. Is there an only? It.only. Good to know. Comment out all the others. That's what I typically would do. All right. Index 0 is press F. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, no, and then index 7. It is index 7. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the end is actually 5. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay. I think I added a +1 in there somewhere, and that is not right. Yeah, okay. I think the tests here are just wrong. End should be 5. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then over here, I need to return start plus length minus 1. Yeah, so but the end should be the index, which was wrong. It should have actually been 5, not 6. And then we'll have to update our tests. And Buckter, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate you. Yeah, so 5, 0 and 5, 0 and 5, 0 and 5, 7 and 13, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12? Let's see if Copilot can do it. Make sure all the start and end properties in the selected code are correct. Here's the corrected codes. 0, 5, 7, 12, 14, 18. All right. Thanks. Did I highlight? Oh, I guess I highlighted more than that, which means I can just do an insert. Save. Test pass. They don't pass. Okay. It's returning an empty array now. Wait. Expected this, received an empty array? What? Yeah, and then this is length 5, so 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 18 is right on that one. Okay. Shouldn't have to do this anymore. Cool. I don't know why that fixed it. Why did that fix it? Okay, but what? And then I had a console log before. Oh, this is why I spread result, which was an iterator, which means it had nothing else to iterate afterwards. That's a weird bug to find, right? So like because I moved the iterator forward, it had nothing to iterate over afterwards. Greg, thanks for the tier 1. 44 months, that's awesome. Okay. Which returns exact indices, like 14 to 18 for length 5, but I always add 1 to the end index to make it nicer for slice. Cool. So we could annotate this to say it returns end, which is non-inclusive. Yeah. Yeah, this would be really weird to debug if you didn't realize that's what an iterator was doing. I think I like that outcome. Well, I like that because you're totally right. When we're using it, we could use it with slice, and then we don't want the. Should we pass that as a config? Let's pass it as a config. We'll have inclusive end. True. And if that's true, then do that. Otherwise, don't -1. Okay, so if inclusive end is true, -1. If it's not true, add the 1 on it. So our test should still pass, but now we should add a test that asks for inclusive end to be false. See you later, Ezekiel. Good to see you. Thank you for hanging out. Add more tests that after. Actually, let's see. Let's see how much it knows about context. Like if I don't select anything, and I just have my cursor right there, if I say tests, generate tests that check for the inclusive end property on the config to be working, will it have any idea what I'm talking about? It's thinking. Inclusive end true and timeout. Just tests that have inclusive and false. We are already testing when true. Yeah, close enough, but it's wrong. It should be 5, not 4. Right? Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, 5? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 5. Okay, but Sag is 4. Include both? Maybe you're right, Alka. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, because the thing is, if 5 in this case would be undefined because it's, yeah. Length -1 is 4, so without it, I mean, this test should pass. Yeah, this test should pass. Oh no, never mind though. We still have that only on there. Oh goodness. I think I want the -1 though. I think I do want the -1. Yeah, now all of our ends are wrong. And see you later, Haru. Thanks for dropping in. Okay. Here we go. Best fix of all, we don't allow for non-inclusive. I think I think I like it better that we just subtract one because it is the index. Why would I want that index? Because that's the index where it ends? I guess we should be consistent with how Twitch does it. Does Twitch give us back in its emote object? Does it give us the end index, or does it give us the index after where the emote was found? That's what we should just do whatever Twitch is doing. Twitch gives the end index. But you're saying you don't like that because you always have to add +1? Why is this failing now? You've never used it as it comes? Okay. But I'm just going to do this. I'm going to do this. Wait, my code is not testing for -1? When did that change? We want it to be -1. And then we won't include this anymore. Okay. Update all start and end to be correct. Now it's upping it to 5? That's not right. That's not right. I should ask it something better. So start is 0, end is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, no. This is right. This is right. End is 5. Here, 5, 0, 1, 2, 3. This should be 4. I'm just gonna do it manually. I can't at this point. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so that's right. 0, 1, 2, 3, and this should be 5. And then hopefully that's right. Let's see. Line 140. This one is failing. $18.23 is wrong. What? What's the right index? $18. So 17. And 22. 18 and 22. All right. Cool. Yeah, we see multiple logs here for refreshing cache. I think we'll stop here. Let me look at my to-do. So we have a bunch of tests with Copilot. We don't have the integration type response yet. I think we did fix all of the type errors. And apparently we don't need these types anymore. I think we're good. This is a replacer function. So this function, given a message, returns the message with the images as markdown. And I think we can implement that. Let's finish that out. We are using the API config. We haven't created a readme or doc yet. We want to get some commits going. The thing is, I want to commit, but I don't want to leave all this commented code here. So let's just delete it and we'll do it next time. How about that? Because I want the code to be in a nice clean state. Oh, actually, I mean, that would be good to look at. The code that actually uses the index. Well, no, it doesn't use the index, does it? Emote start. Start and end. Yeah, look, I'm doing end +1. So maybe I do not want to do a -1. This is what Alka is saying, is you have to add the +1 anyways. Yeah, because of the way either substring or splice works. Yeah, we should probably listen to Alka, but we'll do that next time. Yeah, I try to use Airbnb ESLint config. It's not configured on this repo, but I do like it. Okay. To do replacer functions like Markdown, HTML, etc. All right, let's commit this. Let's work on our README so I can push this up. Oh, I have a YouTube for that. A YouTube video for that. It's actually a really popular one too. This one, set up Vite with all that stuff. Yeah, so someone was mentioning how did I mock Axios? I ended up using the mocks with VTest. So this MSW is a library that can create a little server. And essentially we set it up so that when we see a GET request for the URL we want to mock, we return some of our mocked JSON data. So really, if you follow this portion in the VTest docs, that's basically how we got it working. I did a bunch of extra stuff to pull in my fixture data so that I didn't have to manually put URL data. Now I just have this little piece and then this little bit of code here. But in the future, if for whatever reason there's another service that we're parsing emotes for, all I would have to do is add the 2 JSON files, update the config to return URLs for that new service, and then it would just continue working without any extra codes. Because it's basically reading from this to find all of the services and the URLs, and then matching those up with their corresponding JSON files. Yeah. All right. I need a better README. Okay, let's just work on our READMEs. This will be for to do in the future. We fixed all of our type errors. We got quite a bit done. I mean, yeah, we got quite a bit done today. Now we want to use conventional commits and update the README. Yeah. I didn't. I know you're probably joking, Flocy, but that's not relevant to the current conversation. So, why is emote parser red? What's going on in here? Do we have a type check command? Oh, that's why. Okay. It's not red anymore. Good. README. That's what we're working on. All right. The The root README in here should say that this emote parser is at coding garden /emote. I guess, are we calling it greenhouse now? I don't have that VS Code extension, no. Yeah. I used Neon. Oh, like the database? No, I haven't. Greenhouse emote parser. Utilities for parsing, for getting and parsing emotes from BTTV, FFZ, and 7TV. Usage. Yeah, we tried Laravel and PHP last week. We didn't use inertia though. We ended up just using their blade thing, but they have an option to use inertia. All right. We want some example stuffs. So we do it like this. Create an emote parser. The info we're passing in is this. We have the ability to get BTTV emotes. Get the API config with our channel info. Use that after. We need get 7TV emotes and FFC emotes. Cool. So we'll show that off, but then also we'll show this off. We'll say import emote parser. Here. And we get some ads. Oh no, I didn't. Let's answer that during the break here. Who asked about that? Was it Judge JLo that asked about that? Jarhead. Jarhead asked about that. Yeah, if you're still Jarhead, if you're still here, Jarhead, I'm gonna answer that. If not, I'll add a timestamp in the video. Yeah, I'll need to update the code. But so I use an amp sim called Guitar Rig. It does cost money though, and I actually have Guitar Rig 5, and I haven't bought the upgrade to like Guitar Rig 7, which is the latest one. But Guitar Rig 7 player is technically free. Like you don't even have to pay for this one, and you get a few amps that you can use. So I use version 5 of this, which works just fine. It also has all the stuff I need. The only issue is version 5, you can't buy it anymore, and you have to use Rosetta to get it working inside of your DAW. So probably I will stop using this, and I've been looking into Amplitube. This one looks really nice. And I think they even have, I think their free version is fairly full featured, and I've heard a lot of good reviews about it. So this one is pretty slick. And if I didn't already pay for a guitar rig, I probably would try this one. And then the last one that I know about is from Waves. They have a whole like amp simulating, yeah, their guitar plugins. Because I've bought in a few other plugins from Waves, but specifically, yeah, they have this thing called Guitar 3, and it comes with various pedals and amps. And I haven't tried this one. They also have like a free trial that you could go to. Yes, I guess if you clip it if you want it. But those are the 3 that I know about. There are probably other ones out there. Right now, I use Guitar Rig. If I didn't already pay for it, I probably would give Amplitube a try just because they have a completely free version. And then Waves seems fine if you're already in the Waves ecosystem, because Waves has like a if you're already paying for the monthly or yearly fee to get plugins, then you can try just using theirs because they have the whole thing. But yeah, that is how I simulate guitars in my computer. All right, we should be back from ads now. Let's finish updating this README. So we can import emote parser from greenhouse/emote parser. We create the emote parser, and then we can say emotes are emote parser.parse. Let's ask Copilot. Generate a sample message that includes emotes. Cool. Hello, everyone. Press F if you are excited for today's coding session. Don't be sad. Let's have fun and learn together. Cool. And then I need to make sure that these functions are named the right thing. So let me copy my import. Yeah, I need to update all of that. Make sure I have it right. So it's get BTTV emotes, get FFZ emotes, get 7TV emotes. And then right here, we'll say log an object with the expected response. Show the full object. It doesn't have enough info because I'm inside the README. And if that's the case, I'm just going to copy this, put that in the README. Here we'll say emotes will be an array of emote objects. Like that. And then we'll just change it to be this. Well, the mocked data doesn't have it in this format. The mocked data is the API responses. Our format is different than the mocked data. Let me update this too. You can also get the API responses in a standardized format for your own parsing as well. Yeah, so this will return it all in the format. Let me put the type in the description. Let me ask Copilot for convert this validator into a type. This is what I want. Each emote will be in the format. Cool. Standardized. I have spell checking in here. It would have told me. What's up, Winky? Right now I'm working on a README. We've been working on this emote parsing library. We wrote a bunch of tests for it today, and now I'm just making sure the README looks good. I'm gonna get rid of that. Yeah, this looks good. And then we'll update the README in the root. Actually, we'll update the README in the types too. This library contains commonly used type definitions for working with live streaming data from Twitch, YouTube, and associated services. See, yeah, that's all I need. That specific one accepts 7TV. It might make sense to update it though. Oh no, you're right. It is STV. We changed it. We did change it. Good call. Cool. Whoa, what button did I just press? I have no idea how I did that. On Sonoma, I guess apparently there's a keyboard shortcut that shows everything. Well, remove the quotes in the code now. Oh, this is TypeScript, so I need them there. But anywhere where I'm referencing it, I shouldn't need the quotes. So if I am still referencing it in the codes, I would need to do that. Like if we look at the emote parser, specifically the 7TV one. Yeah, so I'm not. This would be the only place I'm referencing it, and I'm not. We can find all references and see. BTTV, FFC, STV. Cool. But we can remove the quotes here. You're right. Cool. All right. All I did was update the readmes, but tests still pass. Our readmes are up to date, and then I want to update the readme in the root as well. This repo contains all of the apps, overlays, and reusable libraries. Wait. I have to come up with a better description here. Apps and overlays that power the coding garden stream. This repo also contains commonly used functions and utilities that are usable by others. Packages. That's funny. Okay. Yeah, I guess I don't know what key combination I pressed, and it just like showed everything. Okay, this repo contains all the apps and overlays that power the coding garden stream. This repo will contain, for now, this repo contains commonly used functions and utilities that are usable by others. Yeah, that's all I need to say. This for now, this repo contains commonly used functions, utilities, and types. Other devs and streamers, yeah. Cool. Cool. I'm gonna remove the Git folder. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna remove the Git folder in Greenhouse because when I generated the app with inx, it gave me like Git with like an initial commit. But I want to have a brand new one, and I'll have an initial commit commit message. So this is gonna add all the things. It should already be ignoring like my node modules and everything else, yeah, because I have the git ignores and stuff like that. So we should be good. Cool. If we're doing conventional commits, what does the initial commit look like? Conventional commits. Is it literally feature initial commit? So it's the initial features? Oof. Yeah, that should be fine, right? I like that. I'm okay with that. Um, Feature init. So this is describing the feature. The thing is, we're only ever going to have to do this once. So, this is the scope. The scope here is within the parentheses. We're saying init is the scope. Yeah, this is fine. All right, let me create a Git repo. I'll push it up. I'll show you in a second how I do those shorthands. They're all defined in my dot files. So we have this repo. All the stuff got pushed up. The one thing I forgot though is I do want to add a license because it doesn't have a license. So I have this command called license, which will just generate a license file, and then we can commit that. Here, so copyright Coding Garden 2024, Coding Garden LLC, and then in the package.json, it should list the license as MIT. Cool. I guess we can configure this or consider this a documentation change. Add license. Is that accurate? Feature chore CI. This is the documentation change. So docs. Is docs the convention? Yeah, docs. DOCS. But yeah, license just comes from npm, and you can specify any open source license. It'll just auto generate it in the directory. Cool. I can push that up. And now you all can go see the codes. So all the codes are here. But yeah, if you want to see how I get those shortcuts, like git commit and git push and stuff like that, they're all in my dot files. Specifically in I'm actually not using bash anymore. I use zish, but if you look in my bash profile, there's all of these aliases defined here. And so GCM is git commit -m. Yeah, it'll work for any project for sure. It uses npm to be able to install that license command, but yeah, you could use it in any project. And then also like GPSH is git push. GAA is git add all. These are all basically just aliases that I have in my, right now they're in my zishrc. Yeah. All right, we have a README. We committed, we're using conventional commits. Next time we'll set up a commit linting. Cool. Window caps tab. I don't know. Curious Homer. That didn't seem to work. What is this? Is this Copilot? Huh. Windows key tab? No, so this is Alt tab. Control tab? Oh, that just changes my tabs. I don't have any idea. Was I pressing function? I don't know. All right, I'm gonna get out of here. We've been live for over 4 hours at this point. This was fun though. We got some stuff done. We wrote some tests. I'm feeling better about that emote code base, emote parsing code base. And when we work on this, if we work on it again next week, we'll set up commit linting, some integration tests, and I think the first thing after that would be to actually start using the library. So we've defined this little package called emote parser, but now we should add like an app inside of here in this mono repo that uses emote parser to do the stuff it needs to do. And then probably one of the first things I'll do is my alerts overlay, the one that displays when we get new subs or bits or raids or whatever else. That one does emote parsing. So I'll probably create an app called Stream Alerts, and it in turn will use emote parser. That's the plan. So that's all we have for you today. Be sure to check out the schedule. I'll be live again on Wednesday for Web Security Wednesday. Right now, the plan is to probably do, if you look at the calendar, it does say TBD, but we're probably going to be doing a little bit of SQL injection and then also cross-site request forgery. Oh, thanks, Winky. You know, it is what it is. If you know about Coding Garden, you know, I can only do so much to get more viewers, but I appreciate that. How am I going to integrate the emote parser into my other projects? Also, we're using a mono repo. So if you're curious about how we set this up, you can check out the stream from last week. But this is a mono repo. I can have many packages, many apps, and they can all depend on each other without Git submodules, without even needing to publish to npm. I am going to publish emote parser to npm, but that's just because it'll be useful to other people. But with a mono repo, you don't have to publish these things separately. But an example of that working right now is the fact that the types repo, or sorry, the types project package exists in this folder, and then I can depend on it in emote parser. So if I look in here, you'll see that I'm importing from types by name. It's not a relative file path. This is because of npm workspaces that I can reference it by name, and this project has greenhouse types in its dependencies. It's not just a relative file path. So that's how we're doing it. Right now it's npm workspaces that let me reference each other. And so later on, I'll add another package. I could probably have a folder called apps as well. I'll add an app. It can then be dependent on emote parser. Cool. Yeah, so there's the schedule. Follow over on YouTube if you haven't yet. And if you're on YouTube, follow over on Twitch if you haven't yet. Also, I send out go live notifications. So if you join the mailing list, you can get go live notifications. We also have a Discord. You can hang out, ask questions and such. And that's all. Let's go on a raid. So, if you are a sub, you can use this raid message. If you're not a sub, you can use this raid message. And if you're watching over on YouTube, head over to Twitch and you can join the raid with us. A raid is basically where we take all our viewers and head over to some other stream. So again, I'll see you all on Wednesday. Thanks again for hanging out. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.